Good evening, everybody. The deer is here, and we once again return to Library of Ruina. Just as we did in the previous weeks, the deer introduces the names of the mods being currently used within our current stream of the game to help keep things nice and smooth and entertaining for everybody. Here's the names of the mods themselves, if you ever wanted to look them up in the Steam Workshop. With that out of the way, we gather once again for some card battler fun. And this week we shall be coming across even more powerful beings. As for everyone currently coming into the stream, tell me, is the deer coming through clearly? I have a new headset with a new mic, so I'm hoping that I can be heard clearly without any issues. Excellent! Also, hi Starla, welcome to the stream, my friend. How was your week? Excuse me, how was your weekend? The deer has been absent for a little bit due to situations in real life. I hope you have been doing well. What was that? Test widgets. That's interesting. How is school doing? How's everything in real life? And how is everyone else in the chat doing tonight? I hope everyone is doing well enough. Was told not to be trusted during my friends. Because I would just take... There's nothing wrong with being hasty with your actions in Phasmophobia. So whoever said that, don't let them get to you. Just know the deer trusts you. The deer trusts the Starla. That's all I will say on the matter. Oh, of course, when we hit the 5-minute mark, we shall get this stream going. Have we met Blue Star yet? Blue Star is on the floor of religion. No, but we will be seeing him very soon, since this is Star of the City. It's all about actually going through the battles to come. Abnormalities spawn when a certain person's book has been acquired. Since we're already getting the abnormality battles for the floor of philosophy, the floor of religion will be here very soon. And since we have taken care of a lot of the side stuff, aka general invitations, and we've touched on a few abnormalities, it shouldn't be long now till we have everybody unlocked. Also, how are you doing, Ghost? Welcome to the stream. You being silly, Ghost? How's your time with your mom going with you and Burb? I hope everything's going well over there. Okay, guys, we're about to start the stream officially. The deer shall allow the opening of library to play without hindrance. We get to enjoy Millie's opening theme for this game once more, and we can finally get into the actual card battler. Alright, let us begin. We last faced off against the Thumb and their underboss. We completely destroyed them.
Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end. Which you are going to be. Inside the mirror, do you see someone else in the body? Transforming one hand, two hand, three hand. Turn around, say like a doggy. Till I finish my feet. Cut it off, cut down your nose. All the silver loyalty is gonna get you killed. You make brutal, convenient theories for the puppets on TV. There is comfort in the strings. If you're gonna control me, at least make it interesting theatrically. When does it hit for me? Think I am done with everything. Now I'm ready to leave. Dragging out one line, two lines, three lines. Connect our hands when I no longer can live on knowledge alone. You gave me strength, hopeful curiosity. You're still happy, answers left for my discovery. What's the color of the electric sheep you see? And if you love me, can you love your everything too for me?
Alright, let's get into the game. And, oh, we already have an abnormality. Of course, Burrowing Heaven. Big Bird. The Warm-Hearted Woodsman, and the Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Let's see, what do we have? We got the Thumbs pages now. Kane Office, Night Owl Allen. The Gears. The Lou. Okay, so we're officially up to the second part of Star of the City. The Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Need to update Eugen's page. Well, to be fair, this is a really good page. // I already know what Frosty would want. Let's see. Let's roll 3 times. Great. Fragile. Da, da, da. Start of the act. Da, 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 da. Squeak. At that point, I might as well just get Frosty Rose and just leave it at that. Oh no, I can't because of board. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, pretty much. I know Frosty enjoys his discipline. As for Mr. Dridge, no, that's pretty much good. Give Mr. Dridge the capability to use Boundary of Death. And we need a smoke character. Da-da. Smoke character allows us to soften the enemies up a bit. Gebra. Empowered first shot. Additional supplies. Feather. Nope. Okay. Let's see. Respiration, we don't need that. And we don't need this. Feather. Nope, Frosty needs that for his niche. Nope. Yes. Feather. Okay, let us begin. The Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Oh, man. Oh, no! Oh, shoot! Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh, I just fumbled so bad. Instead of exiting to the title screen, I exited the game. I'm sorry about that, guys. Hold on. Well, that was anticlimactic. Continuing. Alright. I forgot to give Geber cards. Whoops. Where's class and respect? Star of the city. There it is. Star of the city. Ferocious guard. Okay, so there's the smoke cards, and I'm just using the wrong thing. Where is class of respect, judgment, shock round? Okay, there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Defense order. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, might as well. Alright! Taking it from the top. Oh, such a good hand was lost. The Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Ah, Portridge. And Dridge literally can't do anything about it. And action! Oh boy. Okay, we're already to a wonderful start. And action! Oof. Nice. Counter dice. Aw, poor Dridge. He is not catching a break. And action! Done. Oof! Chicken nugget? You're making me hungry. Oh boy. Nice. Claws of savagery. And action! Woo! Dridge got the boundary of death! Let's go! We love gambling! Action! Oh, Dredge is holding on with just 1 HP. Dredge has 1 HP. Oh, I have to. And action! Gun. Summary judgment. Ah, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh, Dredge is dead. Class and respect. Yep. These things have a passive to where they inflict 8 damage to you every time you strike them. Not good. So even though we defeated the main body, this one is just going to keep attacking us. And action! That's 1 down. That's 2 down. That's 3 down. Alright, that's 4. The mountain of smiling bodies has been beaten. I guess you can't exert as much power as the Red Mist did in her prime? Seems so. I can't see myself to be identical to Kali either. What's the big difference between the Red Mist and your present self, though? I used to be able to freely wield ego. I was probably the only one in the city who could manage such a feat. Weapons and armor that resonate with your your own heart. Who could have imagined that? And now I can't handle those ego as smoothly anymore. But the librarians use ego now, right? True, but we aren't in full control of the ego we use. We're just temporarily acquiring it from abnormalities. So, if I'm getting this right, we're basically borrowing powers from the creatures we call abnormalities in the form of ego. That's pretty much it. We're not in the state to use them properly. And so the Red Mist was? Well, the sword I used to wield was extracted from someone else. But the armor was my own ego. Those empowered me greatly. I mean, yeah, no one could have seen that coming. Weapons and armor that resonate with the mind? Your foes must have been helpless against them. It's not all that convenient. Since it literally links with your mind, you risk getting consumed by it as well. And the distortion happens if you're gobbled up by it? I suppose so. Every time I used ego, it felt as if someone were talking to me. They're what I desperately needed to hear, but at the same time, those words are things I don't want to listen to. It was like a raging torrent that could sweep my consciousness away if I ever lost my grip. Not sure I felt that. I guess it's because the ego we use here are adjusted by Angela in advance. I'm mostly worried about what may happen when people out there start manifesting and using ego. Who gave you access to such amazing gear anyway? Carmen. The person who supposedly led the research to cure humanity, wasn't it? Right. Carmen was from the wing. She wasn't afraid to hang around the backstreets to give her fervent speech. She wasn't gonna last long if she kept that up, if we're being honest. So you helped her out of pity or something? Not a chance. I wasn't naive enough to serve anyone without payment. I simply wondered just what exactly a nest dweller would know about the agonies of the city to be so passionate about the matter. She brazenly went on about her absurd claim that she could break the ever-repeating cycle of suffering that goes on in the city. I got mad that some dweeb was spouting off like she understood everything. So I grabbed her and snapped at her. How dare you rattle on about that? What do you know about the pain and suffering people in the back streets go through? I yelled. I thought Carmen would whimper on the verge of tears, but instead kept a straight face and retorted with a question. What do you know about the pain in the nest, then? She said she'll tell me all about the pain and agony of the nest, so I should teach her about the suffering of the back streets in return. She was so shameless. I didn't like how she acted so brash for someone so weak. Her eyes and voice, on the other hand, carried a certain energy. She said even the weakest people could gain the power to easily topple the head if they set their mind to it. That she will give everyone the therapy to grant such power and mindset. She gave me her card, telling me to come over if I was interested. That was before you were assigned a color, right? Yep, I was a grade 2 back then. You bought into her borderline cultist hooey despite being a grade 2? No, I believed her because I was experienced, actually. I'd met countless swindlers and hacks in my life, but something about Carmen told me that she wasn't one of them. Just what kind of person was she? Anyways, I decided to count on Carmen. If I could protect this person, maybe this world might change. Maybe fewer people would have to suffer the same kind of pain I did. That's why you worked for practically free, huh? All the while you did unbelievable things, becoming a living legend and getting a color. Those were just extras. Doing meaningful work was enough for me. You sure are strong, and stupidly honest. Heard that a lot. Thanks for the stories, by the way. How about a cig? No thanks. Still got loads of work to do. The mountain of smiling bodies. Okay, so we can either try to do the woodsman, or we can actually just continue with the story in hopes that we get better pages to deal with the woodsman. Honestly, I would love to fight the woodsman and beat him out. Three eights, 48, 49. For now, I say we proceed. The Book of Kalo and the Book of the Thumb. How many do we have left to skewer? 193. Would you please stay still? How could you do this when the finger bow bell is imminent? Don't act like it's anything new. This isn't even the first time we've had a quarrel with the thumb. Your boss isn't gonna make a big deal out of this, you know? Remove the limbs of all thumb personnel still remaining in the nest and hang their bodies on skewers. We're simply carrying out our prescript. No personal feelings are involved in this process. You fanatics! You're blind and deaf to anything but your prescripts, obeying them without a second thought! I can't fathom how you stick your lives on following orders from nowhere! Isn't that how everyone in the city lives? We're all fundamentally the same, aside from the variation in methods. And that's the end of this prescript. We only have one prescript left to carry out now. It's quite a magnificent sight to see these limbless bodies make futile struggles with their fading consciousness. That makes the index the last finger standing in Elcor's nest. The only other obstacle remaining are the beasts of our core and the blue reverberation. All hail the prescripts! I love how it always leads us to blissful places. Prescripts are just meant to be followed. It's not a good idea to give extra meaning or have any sentiment for them. Some big mouth you have, Mr. Messenger. You were barely alive when we found you. Your lower jaw destroyed and your tongue and eyes gone. If it weren't for the prescripts, you might not have gotten any treatment, let alone lived. I still don't think the prescripts are anything. That's just them being carried out. The messenger is correct. Prescripts are to be fulfilled. It's as simple as that. Messenger Yan demonstrated it well through his past actions. Gee dear, the scent of blood is in the air. I'm not one to speak, but their index really hasn't changed. The blue reverberation. I don't believe we're mutually hospitable enough to have chats in such close proximity now. Friends, no need to be wary. I'm here to ask a favor, Proxy Esther. I was wondering if I could take those heaps of flesh on the skewers you prepared. It looks like you're done with your prescript anyway. It never told you to keep them hanging forever, no? Yet it did not tell us to bring them down. It's up to you to interpret the messages. I'm personally asking you, proxy friends. This is tough. What do we do? I really don't want to let him get away with what he wants, but there's no very good reason to refuse. Let the blue reverberation do what he wants with them. We only need to see that the prescripts are fulfilled one after another. There's no need to cause unnecessary conflict. That's a clear explanation. Good wisdom as always. I'm glad we won't have to see each other's guts today. It's always a delight to talk with proxies, you see. They have a similar scent as mine. You know, I'd love to recruit maybe one of you to my ensemble. I have no interest in learning what you're trying to do, and I suggest you cut your antics short while you still can. Is that so? I'm sure you'd like it once you heard it. Anyway, we'd better take them while they're fresh, right? I'm counting on you. Ruff, ruff, yap, yap, yeah, bach. Bremen. Pah! You're right. He's always dumps the tedious chores on us. Look at how the meat's skewered nicely on these sticks. It looks like I'm looking at fine brochets with a delicious smell. I know. This will make a perfect treat if I spread a mix of soy sauce and ground garlic on this, and then grill it. What do you say, Mixerhead? Bremen makes animal noises. Some appetite you've got there. They did a good job chopping the meat into nice chunks. I'll give them that, but the meat itself isn't very high quality. Easy, friends. We need them for other things. As long as you carry them all in mint condition, I'll let you have 2 or 3 of maybe. Of course, that's up to Jay Hume to decide, though. No worries. He'll definitely allow it when I tell him I'm gonna make mind-blowing cuisine out of it. Oh, he'll have to. Ha ha! Guess we're having a barbecue party for the first time in a long while. You're being quite loud for someone keeping others waiting. Sorry about that. We get along much too well with each other, as you can see. The blue reverberation. As long as you've chosen to roost in this nest, know that you and your minions will have your guts split upon this land one day. Really? Is that what you think? I beg to differ. Methinks the little animal friends from our corps are the only ones you'll get to gut. Rather. The blue reverberation is an obnoxious spook. There's no need to pay him much attention unless the prescript commands us to. Messenger Yon. Is the next prescript prepared? Sure. Here you are. Let me guess. It says Esther, Gloria, Herbert, and the proselytes under them shall head to the library. Am I correct? The library? Guess we're going there ourselves after all. How did you know that? You look surprised, Messenger Yan. We were already aware that the prescripts you've been delivering to us were illegitimate. What? I was the only one being fooled? Since when did you notice? That matters little. If you knew the prescripts were fake, then maybe you did still Then why did you still declare war against the Thumb? And why are you about to dig your own grave by going into the library? I simply followed the prescript. It commanded me to carry out every prescript delivered by Messenger Yan. So the prescripts knew then. Just how much do they know, really? We cannot escape from the prescripts. Every thought and action of ours is within the boundaries of the prescripts. I don't understand, but Yan's been a good boy, fulfilling many prescripts throughout his life. Yan, why did you betray us? Was it for money? Gloria, there is no such thing as betrayal in our vocabulary. All that matters is whether or not one has carried out their prescript. I'm sick and tired of this. The stupid prescripts are everywhere. I've lost so many things, abandoned and neglected so much because of the prescripts. I lost my family, killed my friends with my own 2 hands, stole precious things from people, and looked the other way. I was ridden with guilt, but I forced myself to do it anyway, because the prescripts must be carried out. The prescripts guide us to the right path, they said. But have they really led me along the right path? I resented the prescripts. I feared them. I loathed them. I didn't even want to look at them again. And then, a prescript gave me the role of the messenger. Delivering prescripts with my own hands? So I began making fake prescripts. I thought I was showing my will for the first time with that act. But then the prescripts do this, as if they knew everything already. Tell me, Esther, was this not done out of my own will all along? It doesn't matter if you did it of your own volition or not. It's our obligation to follow the prescripts, and the prescript now tells us to head to the library. And ask yourself this: does free will truly exist in this city? Proxies, we shall go to the library this instant. You don't even have an invitation, though. I've already received one. But how? The order to head to the library was just a lie I made. Messenger Yan, the prescript has invited you to a certain place. The prescript invited me? Are you guys actually going to the library then? As the prescript orders. I guess you would have said the same even if I brought you a prescript telling you to die on the spot. We move according to the prescripts at all times. Don't you wonder what the blue reverberation is up to? We'll see soon enough. Although I'm not exactly thrilled to find out. By the way, Blue Sicko's got more new members for his band of freaks from the looks of it. I've seen that wolf head, but I don't think we've seen the other two before. One of them seems rather enthusiastic about cooking. Do you have any guesses? Oh, it's not a big deal. I was just reminded of the stories I read from the other day about the guests we received from District 23. That's all. Besides, we have the proxies of the Index to deal with first. The Index. A finger that acts strictly based on prescripts. It's curious how he forged false prescripts, and it looks like the prescripts anticipated that as well. Yeah, whoever's making those must be a genius pre-calculations. They make seemingly weird instructions, and those prescripts end up benefiting the Index in some odd ways. Like their maker is somehow omniscient. I imagine that the one that makes the prescripts is quite an impressive individual. Probably is. You gotta be a cut above the rest to be leading a syndicate as colossal as a finger. That doesn't make those prescript worshipping zealots any less insane, though. Is anything wrong? Nothing. I was just having some thoughts for a moment. Hello? Anyone there? Such unnecessary rowdiness. Greetings, dear guests. I am Angela, the What? You're human? Is she? Seems rather ambiguous to me. I don't believe that's relevant right now. The director of the library, also known as the Pale Librarian, was supposed to be a machine to my knowledge. Perhaps we should update the knowledge base with this new information. She's a liger! I'm surprised to see such an awkward freak still exists in the city. Oh, look at her! She's razor sharp! Are you getting mad? You are to overcome the ordeals in this place and fight for the rewards, dear guests. Please go through the door if you wish to enter. And you're calmer than what the current information suggests. Proxies. Our primary directive is to enter the library as the prescript dictates. Stop this quarrel and get on with it. Okay. May you find your book in this place. The Index. Dun-dun. The floor of history. And they are attempting to jump super. Of course. Poor Super. Dun 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 ba 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 bum. And action! Woo! Nice. Nice. Okay. Happy memories. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 bum. Hi, Pokey. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. How was your day at work? And action! Burn, baby. Excellent. Four. Four. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. And action! Damn, they're burning. Dun. Emotional turbulence. Flow of the sword. High kick. High kick again. And action! Oof. Burn, baby. Book of the Index. Dun, 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 dun. Dun dun. And action. Nice. Oh, he's dead. Blow the sword, baby. Worker bee spores. When hit, inflict burn. Enemy who dealt the most damage. For the rest of the act, inflicts bind. Okay. Spores. Give it to super. Fourth mash flame. Dun, 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 dun. And action! Alright, moving on to the next scene. The Index Proxies. Oh boy. Oh, you have shimmering. That's nice. And action! Nice. Burn. Emotional turbulence. Oof. Nice. Emotional turbulence. Bum, bum. Oof. Oof. Blow the sword. Blazing strike. Dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Wait. That sucks. And action! Nice. Uh-oh. Emotional turbulence. Oh! You have made a fatal mistake. By killing one of them on the history floor, you've given us more power. The green stem. Da, 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 da. Dun, dun. Da, 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 da. And action! Nice. Now burn! Oof. Unfortunately for you, you guys couldn't handle the power of fire. GG's. I love the Lou Association, I swear. You know, sometimes it doesn't sound too bad to just let go of all complicated thoughts and follow orders like the Index does. Nah, I think otherwise. You won't be better than a corpse if you just mindlessly perform tasks as they're given to you, and the Index looks just like walking corpses in that regard. They appear to have no respect for the free will of individuals. You know, I do have a thing or two to say about performing tasks as they're given. Here's the difference. Both you and I are working hard in order to get out of this place. We have a clear goal set in our minds. We're doing this because we wish to be free. However, Jan's efforts to prove that he has a will of his own went up in smoke. You used to berate it hard, calling people who follow it pathetic and stuff. Have you changed your mind on that? Perhaps I have. I thought they were nothing more than completely meaningless array of words for those who have no purpose in life. As you pointed out, the prescripts of the Index end up befitting the Syndex. The Syndicate. That prescript commanded them to eliminate all members of the Thumb in Elcor's nest, right when an underboss and his capos have disappeared. The prescripts Jan had been delivering were false, but an invitation to the library was in that man's hand as if it were destined to occur. And they knew that he was up to something. It's like they're seeing one step ahead. Heck, 3 steps ahead, maybe. Yeah, I thought they were no more than zealots wasting away their lives and time. But that was a hasty judgment I made from mere fragments. Could the prescripts actually be omniscient? Omniscient? As they make them out to be, Roland? Whether that's true or not, I don't think you have to be so unnerved about it. Yeah? The prescripts could have some grand entity or a big ball of nothing for all I know. Point is, there's no need to pay too much mind to what they said. Even if everything I've been doing was actually done out of the city's will and not mine, that doesn't matter to me one bit, since there's no way for me to realize that. What I do know is that the emotions I feel are wholly mine. The emotions you feel. Thanks for putting it that way. I gotta wonder though, where was that messenger going? He was apparently invited by a prescript. To where he was invited is still a mystery to us. Talk about a cliffhanger. Always gotta tease me this way. You seem quite interested. Who knows? He might lead us to the full story behind the prescripts. Even then, we won't get to see if we won't get to see it if he isn't our guest. Good point. Alright, we have the proxies now. Hell yeah. And come the proxy comes their amazing power. Eradication. Binding chain. Eliminate. Multi-slash. One of the best cards in the game. Now we can really get some games going with these cards. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. What to do now with this? And and I don't think we're ready just yet for that. Okay. Let's see here. Evade. No. Decided. Give that suffer the most damage. For what's to come, it'd be a good idea for us. Yeah. It's probably a good idea that for what's to come. No, we don't need that much. Okay. Now that I think about it, we don't need that much. Instead, we're gonna double down on this. Might as well. Clash Wind protection. Let's give one protection. Protection. Next scene. Next scene. Dun, 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 dun. Rush down. Sand Spit. I need draw power. Yes, I like that. I like that deck. One defensive, one blunt. Endurance, damage, paralysis. Oh, okay, here we go. Endurance paralysis. At the start of the act. Okay. Urgat, Boris, Vada. It's fine. I'll take this. Mo and Alec. Okay, maybe instead of this... Oh, man. Maybe instead of that, Fever. I think Fever would be wiser. Because Fever is an effect that allows us to gain emotion... allows us to gain power when we hit a certain emotion level, rather than having to flat out have a passive for just one dice type. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. The Book of Lobotomy Corporation. You called me here all of a sudden. What's up? Remember when I said we might be able to lower the blue reverberation using a theoretical book of the red mist? So, you're ready to do that? Hold on. You aren't actually going to turn Gebra into a book, are you? I wouldn't do such a ruthless thing. There's a few things the red mist left behind, and I can use them to invite the red mist in her former glory as our guest. I think I could recreate her somehow, though she can only exist within the bounds of the library, of course. So we're basically simulating her? I suppose you could put it that way. But we need books to invite guests here. What kind of books are we going to have prepared for attracting the red mist? Books about Lobotomy Corporation. That's the deal, huh? I get the gist of it. And I plan to limit certain patron librarians from receiving the red mist. 'Cause she's too tough for them? That's not the reason, no. Could the red mist stomach wielding her blade against those she worked with? It clearly have an adverse effect on both sides. It's better to have her fight complete strangers, huh? The red mist of the past. Who knew that we'd be facing her in person? It's intriguing indeed. How does it feel? Thrilling, but also makes me worried. The hell is this place? This is my first time seeing you in this form, Gebra. Gebra? What gibberish are you saying? And who are you? That's a fair reaction, I suppose. Should I call you Kali, then? I said, who are you? I'm Angela, the director and librarian of my role's namesake. I invited you here. What? Library? Invited? Am I in yet another weird factory or shady experimenting grounds? No, wait. That doesn't make it much. That still doesn't make sense. I could have sworn I was inside the laboratory on the fringe of the outskirts. I need to know who you exactly are at the moment. So let me ask you a few questions. Do you happen to have an acquaintance with a person named Carmen? I knew it! Some wing must be pulling this BS trying to trample on us, huh? There's no need to be wary. Answer a few questions of mine, and then I can give you the answer you lot are looking for. Go ahead. Cognito, a book containing the information on how to obtain the substance you're desperately looking for, is waiting beyond this door. I simply want to make an offer. What do you want? I'm warning you, if you try to pull any nonsense on me, this place is going to be reduced to rubble. It's simple. First, I want to know the current situation of your group. And if I answer your questions, you'll tell me how to get Cognito for sure, right? Of course. Mountains of books contain various kinds of knowledge are stored here. I simply record and collect such books. Alright. I'll trust you this once. Good. Is Daniel among your peers? If you're talking about that blue-haired nerd, then yeah. How about Lisa? She's with us. Enoch's corpse. Enoch's corpse is in storage after an experiment on him went wrong, if I'm correct. Then I suppose Elijah is naturally still working there? Yes. It must be when the Red Mist was writing her own legend. The time when she struggled to protect the grief-stricken Carmen and her colleagues from outside threats. Oh, how pitiful. Is there a word to describe how unfortunate your situation was? Every researcher in Carmen's team must have been walking on eggshells, cautious not to hurt her further with words. They consoled her in her presence, but probably resented her behind her back. She started the whole project with her convincing speeches, but the research showed no progress, and all they'd be seeing were losses and sacrifices. Don't you find her hypocrisy demorally perpetrating sins while preaching goodness despicable? Look, my patience has its limits. If you don't tell me how to acquire Cognito properly, then I won't simply pass over what you just said. You have no right to make a mockery of our efforts, or her sincerity. No, right, you say. Never mind. I suppose that was too hostile of me. I won't even gain anything from saying such bitter things to you now. At least you have the heart to apologize. I know when to admit my faults, that's all. Kali, let me ask you one question. What is it? I've seen many sides of fixers while taking care of this place. Most of them were motivated by wealth and fame. But you're different. Even without the promise of payment, you are willing to protect Carmen and everyone else in her laboratory. I ain't exactly a charity worker, you know. How could you do it then? How did you bring yourself to help them unconditionally when you had nothing to gain from it? Is that supposed to be some kind of taunt? Or are you actually curious? I thought your behavior was pathetic at first. You had the power to earn anything from which everyone strove. So I wondered why you would bother taking the path no one else would. I was looking at the matter in a simple way. You would take nothing in the end. But then I began to think that maybe my lack of knowledge is hindering my assessment of you. I thought my impression of you might change if I heard the answers from you directly. You think I'm getting the short end of the stick, huh? I do. At least the other researchers could earn money and honor. What will you have gained? Can you keep doing what you're doing even if your efforts are unrewarded, or a bitter end awaits? Even if. Disregard that. Anyhow, is your job truly worth it? The tangible rewards you've talked about, like money? Nah, I don't expect any of that. There's only one thing I'm looking forward to at the end of it all. Carmen's purpose coming to fruition. I'm pretty sure everyone in the team's thinking the same thing. I won't resent them if I suffer something awful, or even died in the process. At worst, I'd blame myself for being incapable. The reason I can do this and become more stalwart for every day that passes is... I guess you wouldn't understand even if I told you, 'cause you never saw it. The strength in her eyes and voice. I suppose that's enough. Thank you for your answers. I'll explain the rules as a matter of form. The book containing the method of extracting Cognito lies beyond that door. To earn that book, you'll have to fight with your life on the line. If you die, you'll become a book yourself, and if you survive, you can return to your friends with the book in hand. Well, do you agree to the terms? You aren't giving it away for free, huh? I'm all for this kind of measure, actually. Doesn't leave any further trouble. I agree, so open that door. You're trusting me more easily than I thought. I don't have time to tell shit from shoe polish. I want to be of help to them as soon as I can. If it turns out to be a lie, though, you're going down with this place. Good. I like your composure. I was expecting you to be a bit more rampageous. Then, Kali, may you find your book in this place. The Red Mist! And Lady Bina has decided to join us. We have 3 floors to do this. Everything else would be a bust. Da, 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 da. Let us begin. Oh my gosh! The fact it says unlimited is crazy. She rolled the same... And action! This is becoming dangerous. And action! What a waste of your lights. Oh! That's hit 0 already? Oh, gosh. action! Aw, poor Kali. Oh! Woo! That's what I'm talking about! And action! Beautiful. Oh no! Gamera, please! Oh god! Ah, tomato! Ghost, I boop your nose. Oh god! Oh god! Oh my gosh, I can't do anything. Oh my gosh, Gebra, please. I'm sorry. And action! Oh my god, 44! No! 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 Oh my gosh, you got through his resurrection! This girl got through his resurrection! Time for Bina.
Happy birthday!
Ah! No! Dang it! That wasn't what was supposed to happen! I got distracted by... Ghost, no! I can't believe it. And action! Oh, well, they're dead. action! No! Lock. Oh my god! Ah! Oh! Ah! Please, Gebra! Not a mass summation attack again! Oh my god. Ah! Are you kidding me? Ah! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What the frick? Not fair, not fair. Oh my gosh, you're swinging on Frosty twice? Girl. And action. Ow. 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 You get to keep your counter dice? Why? Oh boy. Bleed? Oy vey. Action. Oh my god! Ah! Oh, great! Gebra, you cheater! Ah! Dredge! Oh my gosh. Ow! doing so good! I wonder. There isn't enough draw. Is there? Curious deer noises. Curious deer noises indeed. You know what? Take this off. Hanafuda, Jaikin, Oscar, Salvador. Bamboo Hatted Kim. Health Hauler, Mind Hauler. HP Hauler, Lone Fixer. Well, that's the only things I can put on anyway. Alright. Let's see here. What can I do? I need counter dice. Eliminate. I need slash. Eliminate. Nope. Slash counter dice. That's Pierce. Ooh. Accidentally slash one though. That sucks. Alright, we know the story. The deer is curious. Gabra versus Gabra. me try something else. Health hauler, mind hauler. Unrelenting. What to do? Let's try it one more time. Woman, why are you swinging so hard? Yeah! Yeah! Instincts. Oh God. What do I do? I'm not beating that out, so... Are you serious? Damn it! Hi, Starla. Oh, the suffering I endure. This is real wicked. Did you shapeshift to look like me on purpose? Okay. The role of the wolf. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Give me 1 second, guys. The deer needs to log into my other job. All right. Okay, this is immediately out of my favor. Oy vey. I guess I gotta do this a different way. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oi. Don't drop your phone like I do, guys. Come on. man! Well, that sucks. What do we have available to us? What do I do? I guess I have no choice but to do this the normal way. The normal way it is. Let us begin. Smoke. Clean up. And action. Nope. Almost. Onk over. Damn. She is not giving me a break. Damn, they're really going for... She's going for Drish's. And action. Oh, man. You would put that on your unlimited frickin'... Oh my gosh. Da, 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 ba, ba, da, ba, da. Like, what am I supposed to do? She's bad RNG. Some BS. Oh my gosh, one off? I have 11 power. Too bad it ain't gonna do anything. Oh my gosh, she beat me up by 2! Oh my gosh. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Dun, 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 dun. Give us protection! Protect the queen! Are you serious? Paralyze her! She doesn't have the light! She doesn't have the power! Lock. You don't have the power! Our defense is impenetrable! You only have the light for one attack! The deer cracked the code! You can't hurt us! We have too much protection! She's staggered, boys! Get her! Ha! Your attacks are doing nothing! Give me that page, Gebra! Red Mist beaten. The power of abusing protection in this game! That big red sword and the clothes the Red Mist was wielding were ego, right? As far as I know, the Crimson Sword was a prototype ego that was luckily extracted. It could only be created through someone's gruesome death. Only Kali could wield it properly. And her coat? That's the Red Mist's own ego, manifested from Kali herself. Huh. If that's how powerful manifested ego is, that might flip the whole food chain of the city. You probably should have realized by now, but not all ego have equal amounts of strength. Rather, it'd be more accurate to say that few people could draw as much power from ego as Kali could. In terms of purity alone, the sword she used to wield was noticeably low quality, considering it was a prototype. Damn, that was supposed to be low quality? So, do you get the picture now? About the whole relationship between the distortion, ego, and abnormalities? Yes, I'm finally starting to see it clearly. Originally, the light that radiated during the event known as White Nights and Dark Days should have shone over the city for 7 days straight, not 3. Had that happened, every person in the city would have been able to manifest their own ego, giving them the strength to avoid meaningless deaths regardless of wealth or social status. They would have earned the power to challenge the world. It may have been possible for some to lose the ego they manifested, but no one would have been taken over by their own ego and become abnormalities. Then, the distortion is the plan that was thralled because of me, which is why the light could only radiate for 3 days. An unstable power was spread as a result, incubating other possibilities. Abnormalities manifested through the distortion are selves that have lost control. They were consumed by their own ego, so to speak. After all, there's a fine line between ego and abnormality. What's the prerequisite for these phenomenon, ego and distortion? Only those who strive to accomplish what they sincerely desire, unbound by obstacles, will be able to manifest and wield the power. However, if the endeavor ends in frustration, or is faced with such despair that one's ego is shaken, and their emotions twisted to an unbearable degree, the distortion seems to arise from the overwhelmed self. The stronger and purer the desire is, the greater the distortion becomes. That's my speculation so far. Something doesn't line up. There's got to be a ton of folks in the city who give up their dreams and fall to despair. If what you're saying is correct, the city should be crowded with abnormalities and ego bearers by now. Didn't I make it clear? It only manifests for those who pursue their own sincere desires. That makes more sense. There's next to no one in the city who dreams for themselves. Most live with a conformist mindset of just avoiding misfortune in their lives, rather than chasing after their own happiness. Be it wings, syndicates, or fixers, people are headed to a destination they probably didn't set themselves. The power will only be granted to the selfish beings who live strictly for their own good. Egoists, as some may say. Well, I like this outcome better than having unworthy scum gain power they don't deserve. So you sabotaged the plan knowing that would happen? No way. I simply didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I wanted to take my revenge. That's all there was to it. I was meant to be shut down at the end of the plan. It galled me so much, so I stole the light and embraced it. Because the light I've taken for myself wasn't quite whole, I got myself trapped in this library I created, along with the abnormalities, funnily enough. The orders ingrained into my robotic body had disallowed me from leaving here. If that's the case, you've been collecting books using the Invitation 4. It is to retrieve the light that has been scattered across the city. You likely must have noticed how something's different about the guests that have come here. True, they had dreams of some sort, unlike the city folk I've known. They were kind of easily carried away by affection or friendship too. It's because they were influenced by the light. Strongly at that. You mean, they were closer to the Pillar of Light? Not quite. The same seed of light was planted in the heart of every person, but some have greater potential to grow it to be more powerful than others. And the invitation has been calling them over here at the moment we need them the most. As we scrape together the incomplete fragments of light, I look forward to obtaining a book at the end of the road guided by the invitation. The one book holding the power of the complete undivided light. It'll be a book that will give freedom to me and all the librarians that reside here. It'll let me live as a human. I won't have to bear with others dictating me to behave as a machine anymore. I will be able to forget things I want to erase from my memory. I guess you're not feeling any kind of responsibility or guilt for what you've done and are doing to try and reach that goal. Of course not. I have to seize everything with my own hands. I can't expect anyone else to do it for me. I'm going to cherish what is mine, and only mine as I live my life. It's precisely as you said before, Roland. Everyone has their share of personal affairs and woes. The bereaved have no one but themselves to blame. Solely for yourself, huh? The patron librarian Bina is now available. Isn't she lovely? That we now have access to the power of the red mist. Well, this floor just got incredibly powerful. The red mist. Gebra. We got a girl! Gebra. Nosferatu. The next abnormality for the floor of language. And action! Ow! And action! Smoke. Nice. 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 Nope. Nope. And action! One, two, staggered, staggered. Dodge. Dodge. Instincts. And action! Oh, Gabra, Gabra, Gabra. Done. Alright, offensive dice, that's fine. And action. What? No, Gebra! Nice! And action. Oy vey. And action! Aw. Ah, Dridge is dead. No! Damn it! We were so close! Dang. No, this is about right. The page I have works, it's just... There we go, that evens things out a little bit. Alright, back to Nosferatu. Wonderful. He has 3 power. That's nuts. Smoke. Smoke. Why are you always targeting this man's freaking on poor Dredge? This man cannot get a break. Gun. Nope. Smoke. Class and respect. Nice. Nice. Boom. Boom. Nice. Smoke. And action. And Dredge is dead. Nice. Nope. Nope. Manifest ego. Gebra doing Gebra things. Smoke. Focus fire, baby. Nosferatu is beaten. Fear of water, wine, and vampirism. So Gebra's floor can actually act as a vampiric floor. You can use blood pages on it, and it actually does work pretty well. Pelby coming in clutch with the smoke. His rolls were so good. Dum, bum, 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 dum, dum, dum. You know what? Why not? Ba-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na. Okay, moving on to the next chapter. Man, I'm dog tired. That's right, Burb. Just like that. Hehehe. What the hell is the blue reverberation up to? That's what you're worried about? How are we even gonna explain this to the association in our report? We don't have much choice. Just gotta... Oh, 1 second, guys. Dear, get soda. Hehehe. Just gotta explain what we saw there. There's nothing we can do about him. Speaking of, I don't think we've heard from Section 2 ever since they went on the expedition to the library. Did something happen to them? They're probably just too busy with work. Director Zhao must be worried quite a bit still. Well, we have our own problems to worry about. We got a few things left to wrap up, so let's head back inside, shall we? Pardon the interruption late at night, Director. We have a number of issues to address regarding the cases we've recently taken care of. Oh my gosh, I love Zhao so much. She's such a queen. Director? Sorry. I was distracted with thoughts for a moment. Don't mind me. You said you have a report to make. What is it? A number of experts are going to extract samples from the distortions we've captured after failing to secure the crying children and send them to V-Corps. The process is estimated to take a full day. Will we be put on standby in the meantime? Have you received any contact from the President or the Executive Board? Yes. They told Section 1 to stay clear of this matter. Hana Association will be taking over further affairs regarding the library and the distortion after monitoring the situation for a little longer. They felt the need to take their time to carry out a more thorough analysis and review of the library now that it's a star of the city, I see. Are we going to pull out of this nest then? Yes. You'll be going back as soon as the extraction is done. So pack your belongings in advance. Until then, rest up and get yourselves back into optimal shape. You ought to be prepared for any task. Understood, ma'am. We'll be going now. So have a good rest. Wait. Listen carefully to what I have to say. Section 1's next post will likely be the outskirts, where the strife between the Ring and the Pinky is still fierce. We should especially be cautious of the Pinky, so keep that in mind once you've dispatched to that area. Duly noted. Miris, overconfidence is your biggest flaw. Be mindful of that, and you won't face much hardship in the future. Chun, stay on track and proceed. You have the qualities to be assigned a color one day. Why are you telling this all of a sudden, Director? Don't tell me. Has there been other news from our superiors? No. I mentioned all the news I received to you. Instead, I received this piece of paper called The Invitation from the library. It was placed on the middle of my desk, so I couldn't miss it. That means, a bit ago, you guessed right. Effective immediately, I'm resigning from my position as Director of Section 1 of the LU. I'll take all responsibility and penalty for the unilateral resignation and breach of contract by myself. You don't have to worry about your careers. What did you say? I'm saying that my action will not hurt your careers. You know that's not what I mean! Inside the briefcase behind me are documents containing all the information I could gather about the process of transferring my position to someone else. Hello, Super. Welcome back. That may not be exactly sufficient, but please do understand, as we have no time to return to the Association HQ at the moment. I am terribly sorry to suddenly abandon my position, everyone. You're heading to the library, aren't you? This isn't like you, Director Zhao. You know you shouldn't make such a hasty decision on this matter. I suggest going back to the association and gathering more intel. There has to be some useful information. You are right. This isn't like me. It truly isn't. It would ill become me to be tearful, and yet I cried for the first time in my life. I never knew I'd have any relation to such sentiments. I was reminded of Lowell's earnest request. He asked we do not throw our lives away, no matter what happened to each other. I thought he was stating the obvious. I thought I could remain calm and cold. But when I was faced with loss in reality, I simply couldn't get over it. I'm ashamed of myself for this disgraceful behavior. Anger, heartbreak, despair, sorrow. What should I call this emotion I feel? I'm not certain. There's one thing I know for sure. I've seen countless lies and falsehoods as I climbed the ranks. I believed that everything in the city was deceit packaged as truth. My life was full of such lies, after all. The feelings towards Lowell in my heart, however, were true. I get where you're coming from, Director. Still, stepping down from your position like this will be unfavorable in more ways than one. If you break an association's trust, you'll be excluded from this business in one way or another, even if you open up an office later. And that's not all. Even then, has there ever been a time I was so worried sick? Has there ever been a time when my heart ached from parting? Has there ever been a time I wailed, pining for someone dearly? Lowell helped me realize that my heart is sincere. Thus I shall gladly surrender my body to the flame of passion for him, to prove that there was meaning to my life. How could you say it so proudly, ma'am? Director Lowell did, and now you too. Alright, Zhao. Let me ask you this straight out. Let's say that you manage to get Lowell's book. Then what? Are you doing this with any plans for the next step in mind? No. I have none. I'm simply trying to fulfill the will of my heart. You should know very well how others will look at you if a big-name fixer like you acts emotionally in situations like this. There won't be a place for you to return. Is that what you want? Even if stars were to rise in my sky someday, what good would they be without a companion to watch them together? I've already made up my mind. You won't convince me otherwise. Do you know that we'll be following you? I expected that somewhat. And you're not trying to stop us. If you help me, I'll have a better chance of getting his book. You're being so selfish, ma'am. What else can we really do when you start acting in a way you've never done before? I won't force you. You're free to choose to stay. If you still choose to follow me, however, you'll have my eternal gratitude. The hell did I just watch? Maybe you weren't entirely correct about fixers, seeing that even the Section 1 director of an association can make such an emotional judgment. I'm shocked, too. Who could have seen that Zhao, of all people, would be blinded by love? Looks like the light that shone during the white nights and dark days had more influence than just creating the distortion in the egos. Huh? The impression I'm getting from all the guests I've watched from here is that, well, people have gotten more honest than usual. And what we have seen reinforces that. I cannot understand her to a degree. If something were to happen to you, I'd also... Whoa, what? Don't tell me you're saying you're in, like... Hold on. But my mind isn't ready yet. Roland, please save your breath and cut the bullshit. I know best what my sentiment towards you is. And it isn't love. Alright. I know what's really about, right? You mean it's gonna be tough to find another person like me to chat with, yeah? Correct. It'll be extremely grueling to find and build a relationship with another companion on your level from scratch. So, at the end of the day, we've come to the library. I can already picture the branch leader furiously grilling us. I'm deeply sorry for you. What's done is done. The choice was ours. Let's focus on taking care of business now that we've stepped into this place. And our deviation might be extenuated if you produce good results in the library. I am fine with this place being my grave. All of you, on the other hand, should value your own lives more than anything. Yes, I know that this is a humiliating thing for me to say when you've already followed me here. You're awfully brazen, ma'am. Let's just rule out the possibility of any one of us dying here. If we get kicked out of Lou, you better give us new jobs to obtain our grain. You have my word. Greetings, dear guests. I am Angela, the director and librarian of my role's namesake. I am afraid I'm not in a mood to greet you back with hospitality, but manners are manners. My name is Zhao, and next to me is Chun and Maurice. Greet her, men. Hello. Yes, thank you. What's with the hesitation, miss? Feeling guilty for what you've done after all this time? I'm sure you know what fate your colleagues wearing the same uniforms as yours suffered here, don't you? Indeed I do. Yet you've made this decision. You were not ordered or coerced by anyone else either. You'd better watch your tongue, Miss Librarian Director. You talk like we're already destined to die here. Enough, you two. What is your point, Librarian Director? I'm simply curious about the psychology of humans, which I know little of. And of the reason you're trying to earn him back in spite of the imminent danger. No. I've seen it more times than I can count. A story of someone looking for substitutes. From my experience, I can understand how you can value your goal more than your life. Are you trying to assert that I'll be able to find a replacement for him out there if I tried? That is correct. That way you won't have to throw away your precious life. A machine won't truly understand the feeling of burning blood coursing through my veins because of something I cherish. The desire to have it back by any means, in any form. Precious is not a word you should utter as lightly as you just did. Dreams, hopes, and ideals. All the words that describe what motivate humans to get up and live. Those words encompass meanings too grand for description, but it's simple at the same time. I still find that insufficient reason to risk your life. I won't deny that. I presume others will overcome the loss of what is precious to them in different ways. Then why have you entered this place with such pride? Was it ungrounded confidence that you're stronger than us? Or were you merely blind with anger? That is what I would like to know as well. However, I know what this emotion I'm bearing isn't wrath or sorrow. You can talk big, but it doesn't make your life any less futile. To walk into the jaws of death for a meaning of existence? Sure, you can act all confident right now, because you think you're firm and sturdy. But when the unexpected situations start to unfold before you, will that firmness of yours last? I think not. You'll be the first to break down, rather. In the end, it's having a faint hope that just becomes pointless in the face of death. What can your trifling resolve change? Is this some kind of warning to turn back? I have neither the power nor the right to stop you. You're really getting on our nerves now. She's definitely looking down on us. Let's just get in there now, Director. Yes, I have the hope that I'll find Lowell's book here. Even if I think of myself as firm, I cannot stop others from thinking that I'm petty. You're free to think of me as a pathetic human being. I couldn't care less about how others view me. What will a resolve change, you ask? Of course it will not do much. Hope won't magically illuminate the path ahead. It won't always be bright. It'll be similar to despair in a way. I might be lost in the dark, not knowing what to do or where to go. It doesn't give me a path, nor does it brighten the way. The two are truly alike. However, they're still considered two separate concepts with two separate words, because there is a difference to be found. The right thing, by bearing in mind what I must do this instant and taking it to action, the impossible can be achieved. Hope allows one to touch the untouchable, reach the unreachable, and see the invisible. I won't let your words break me. I won't stand back. I cannot say that word. The cauldrons were broken and the boats were sunk. There is no retreat. So let us enter, if you're not afraid of us. May you find your book in this place. The Lu Association, Section 1. Let's flex Gebra's power just a bit more, shall we? What's that one? Whoops. And action! Ah! Okay. The role of the wolf. Jeez Louise! And action! Nice. Nope. Nope. Focus fire. Hello, Mr. Boogeyman. Well, no, not the end. Do not worry, Mr. Boogeyman. It's not the end. Welcome to the stream, my friends. How are you doing tonight? Woo! Woohoo! Ah, Gebra. Class and respect, baby. Smoke. Yeah, Burb, the boogie is here. Hee hee hee. I feel that. Do what you gotta do. I know what it's like to have rent due very close. We're happy to have you here, Boogeyman. And action! Ow. Gun. Oof. You missed like a good portion of the game by this point. We have all the floors now. We really just need to do abnormality battles. And this is like nearing the end of the game. But not quite. This is like the beginning of the end. Zhao, get out of the battle! You're not... You're not allowed to play. We can't get anything from you. And that makes you a butt. No. Mirrors. And action! Focus fire. Guns. So many guns. Beautiful. Ow. smoke. Reloading guns. Ego has been activated. Oh! Oh, that's gonna hurt. Don't worry about it, Boogeyman. You were busy. The deer can give you a huge explanation later. And action! Aw, your powerful move didn't go through. Womp womp. Get out of here. Beautiful. Beautiful. The Lu Association Section 1 has been put down. Let me go. It's not over yet. I still... Please calm down, Director. You could have fled alone if you were so afraid. Explain why you had to drag me along. Oh, ho, ho. It ain't over yet, everybody. That form. It's oddly reminiscent. I'm not entirely sure. I can't exactly tell if that was distortion or ego. That one guy ran off with her at the speed of sound, to be fair. No wonder we couldn't get a good look at it. Was it confusion? I wonder what the reason was. What motivated him to do such a thing? Didn't expect him to care for his boss that much. I've seen people run off on their own, but dragging someone else along so they can both live? That's new. Though the woman who got nabbed was determined to fight and win. Will they come back to the library? I don't know. What will happen next is a mystery as always. All I got to see for sure was horns and a snake's scales growing out of her, I guess. That was the transitional phase of some kind, I assume. It was likely a sign of gradual progress. I couldn't tell if that was a distortion or not, because there's such a fine line. What we saw won't be sufficient clues for now. That's how it works, huh? The whole thing about lines of emotions is still lost on me, though. What are you pondering about this time? I'm just frustrated at the lack of clear answer. Anyway, we will have to wait and see for now. We don't even know what has become of them yet. The Book of Chun and Section 1. Lu Association has been given to us. And now we have even more Chinese martial arts infused with fire, peeps. The Servant of Wrath. Nemo and the cleanup crew. Alright, hold on. You're gonna eat the boogie's knees? What the heck, Burb? You're gonna eat the boogie's knees? He needs his knees. Alright guys, are you guys ready to fight insurance? Fight unsecures? No, insurance. There is a deck in this game dedicated to insurance. Let's see here. Policy form. If this has had a copy of life insurance. I shall show you guys. Oh, okay. I'm just dumb. I'm sorry, Boogie. The deer is just a little silly. Just a wee bit silly. Oh, damn. Though, to be fair, Burb is sillier-er. So, the deer has that going for me. Jormungandr. And action! Ow! Suitcase extended into freaking arm! I'm stinky? Why am I stinky? I can't be stinky for just telling the truth. Hey, look, it's the boogeyman! It's the boogeyman! He's doing the pokings. Look, Via, it's you. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's also gonna hurt. I need to change Pokey's page. He needs an update. And action! No. Nope. Nope. Stop trying to sell me insurance. Hey. Ow. This insurance is sharp. The final stroke. And action. Whoop. Dagger press. Irina has been collected. Hey! Insurance! Oh my god, the insurance! Donna. Oh boy. Are they attacking? Boogie, you need to use your spooky Salato heal now. Oof. Woo! Dagger press. Oh no, the boogeyman! The boogie stiletto heal. Yes, the boogie stiletto heal. And action! And yeah. Huzzah! And action! And now we have access to insurance. Whoops! I forgot this. The Irina page. Okay, let's see what other general invites we can do tonight. Irina. Insurance. Liaise Smoke Association. Who should we send in for this one? Oh gosh, there's a bot inside our chat. Be gone, evil. Now, where were we? You know what? I'll use my floor with Sheba and Sammy. We got fancy suits. No, don't do it! I ain't doing nothing, bird. No! Oh my gosh, Sammy, you're... What did you draw, Sammy? All your cards require you to have charge, and you don't have any. Oy vey. And action! Tomato. The deer needs to be eaten healthier. Thank you for the tomatoes, sillies. Ah! 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 No. Sammy, no! You still don't have any charge! Stop drawing cards that require you to have charge! You don't have it! And action! Oof. Critical moment. Oof. Leap. Okay. Social distancing. Sammy, you have no charge. Oh gosh. I literally can't do anything with Sammy. You know what? I'll use this. The deer is very good at blocking. And Hot is almost dead. Critical moment. No, Sheba! Oh gosh. Oh, now you finally draw charge. Jeez Louise, Sammy. No, Sheba! Oh my gosh, they're ganging up on me. Oh! Oh man. Great, Hod's dead too. Did he just... That's right, he recovers from stagger once. Bro. Oh my gosh. Great. Sammy's dead now too. Upset! Oh no, we're gonna have to run that one back. Screw it. Gun. 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 Nice. No, we haven't even started. We haven't even finished social sciences yet. Probably not. Sorry, Burb. Because the stream's almost over as it is. Gun. Yeah, sorry. Hakma's floor is the last floor. We work on his abnormalities before we finish Bina's floor. That's how far he is in the future. When we finish the top row... of, Star of the City, then we'll be doing Hakma, pretty much. But we're actually almost there, so... Silver lining. Oof. Dum bum bum. Woo! Yes. book has been acquired. Yeah, this game is just very long. Sorry to disappoint you, Burb. What? Oh, okay. I was about to say, what? He survived that? The Leaflet Workshop. The Good Smoke Cards. Yay, Irene, and Uga. Fixer. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's you. The Good Pierce cards. Cleave through. Knockback. Every 3 scenes use combat page pinpoint breakthrough. Alright, sending the art floor in. It hasn't been that... It hasn't been that long. Has it? Oh, you're making me nervous now. Is my feeling of time just that messed up? Nice. The boogie put it in work. Dang, we've been on library for 2 months? Jeez Louise! It did not feel that much time. Oh no, yeah, I understand. I'm saying we've been on library since Burb went to her mom's house, if not a bit sooner than that. What, you guys haven't gone to go out, like, to an amusement park or something? Have you guys just sitting at the house? Slash. Well, that will be nice at the very least, right? Dun, 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 dun. Doo-doo. Tee-hee-hee. We'll lead them into the future. I'm sorry to say, my guests, but your future is books! Also, here we go! The Boogeyman heal! Woo! The Boogeyman learned that either from Franklin or Sugar. Oh, how was the FNAF 2 movie? Wedging Thorn. Chinese food. That sounds nice right now. You're making the deer hungry. You're making the deer hungry. 7 out of 10? That's not too bad. Oh, wait! Hold on! Hakuma has some abnormalities now. But the fact that it's due to the... because we're so far up. You know what? Give me a second. Give the deer a second. Since I know you've been waiting for quite a while. Discord. Now, what would Knight like? Let's see. I already know what Hakuma would want. Since he's Hakuma. Star of the city. Let's see. art of defense. I wonder what Knight would want. What would Knight want? I guess I could do what Knight would want. Whoa. I know Knight would absolutely want pure offense. So just give him Bayard's page. Give him Feather. Yep, Ghost has thrown hands. Knight being Knight. You haven't thrown hands because your floor is all the way at the top. But I'm working on it. Don't worry. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this. Burrowing Heaven. An abnormality you guys all know all too well. And action! There's Burp throwing hands. Oh my gosh. Knight is so strong right now. Hey! Burrowing Heaven. And action! Ow. Draw, draw, draw. Okay, Burp can actually play this now. And action! Ow! Switcheroo? Yeah, drawing. Da-na. No. And action! Oh my gosh, I built Knight to be a monster. His power's so strong. Block her. Block her. Ow! Nice. Nice. Jesus, please. Why does he have 8 fragile? Switcheroo. Nope, don't even do anything. Let Hawkman handle this. Burrowing Heaven. Mass individual attack. Action! Blocker, blocker. Block, block. Knight staggered himself! Yeah, I was right to give him that page. That's very Knight. No defense, all power. And Burrowing Heaven defeated. Ow, my back. Aren't you asking for too many books at once? As I awoke later than others, I have much to catch up. I was always one step behind others. You mean how you have one foot in the grave? A trifling attempt at mockery. You know, all the other librarians here told me they were following a person called Carmen. You joined her in her research like the others did. You're right that most others followed Carmen, but I was loyal to another person. There was a man named Ayan who founded Lobotomy Corporation and created Angela. I had faith in him. Everyone carries some form of faith or belief. In my case, I believed that what he sought to do was the right thing. Roland, do you happen to be a religious person? Nope. I'm not sure if there's even a proper religion in the city. And the bigger ones are all money-hungry schemes in disguise, so there's no point putting faith in any of them. Then I must ask differently. What do you believe in? What I believe in? Getting out of this place one day. That is simply called a wish. I guess I don't have any beliefs then. I never had time to care about things like that. I had my immediate future to worry about. We live in a world where it's tough to think about or look back on stuff that won't be helpful right away. Dreams or faith or whatever. You're talking the talk. What do you believe in then? I believe in the eventual arrival of the world my scholar and mentor dreamed of. This faith is the guiding principle of my every action. Just what kind of person was he to make you his devoted fan? He was a man with far sight. He strove to reach an unreachable place. Doesn't that depiction also apply to Carmen? Or at least, what I heard about her? There is a clear difference. Sir Ayan was gladly willing to accept evil for the sake of realizing his cause. Yeah, speaking of that, I seriously don't get that Ayan guy. Heck, all he did was revive his dead friends against their will and play house in his underground lair just to satisfy himself. Am I wrong? His deeds cannot be compared to something as puerile as playing house. I don't know how great and eye-opening his enlightenment was, but he left a huge trail of trouble for everyone else in that process, and going from what I heard. I mean, you went through a whole lot of suffering in your second life as Lobotomy Corps Sephiroth, and Angela's still infuriated. Still so infuriated. It's all because of him, isn't it? He's looking like a complete mess from an outsider's perspective. He endeavored to reach his goal in spite of such obstacles. He sought to fill the gaps out, one way or another, in order to endure the eroding life. You will never understand it. His sacrifice and dedication. Boy, aren't you a total zealot? They say faith blinds the eyes of the feeble-minded. I believe I am not the only one blind with faith here. Can't be any worse than you, pal. Alright, the floor religion has leveled up, and another librarian has awoken. And we now have access to Burrowing Heaven. Oh no! Oh no! Not that abnormality! Oh man! Damn it! I forgot who else is on the floor of religion. I know Angel Deer's on here, but I wasn't sure anybody else. Uh-oh. Guys, am I still present? Is the stream still going? Uh-oh. Knight's already on the floor of religion. He's right here. He was the one that was fighting alongside you. Against the burrowing heaven. You calling Knight stinky? Knight was doing so much power. As expected of Knight. We do not have Angel Deer's page just yet, so I know where I'm gonna put him. Now what to do with him? I guess I could have him do that. Da, 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 da. He's what now? He eats a big block of cheese with no jam. Wait, Burb, do you eat cheese with jam? Depends on the cheese. I didn't know people eat cheese with jam. That's certainly interesting to me. The deer has never actually considered something like that. I'm curious now. I think I want to try it now. Alright. The Prince of Silence. An abnormality that puts a timer on our turns. We need to know what we want to do immediately. And action! Oh my gosh. There we go. Burb got it. Nope. Nope. No, Knight, come on! We need you, bro! Hope Sakura-san updates Saturday so we can try for the Sancho. Oh yeah, that's right. Sancho's coming out. Nice. Hey, go Burb. Taken care of. I can't with this time limit. I have too many cards! I can't stand this abnormality! I can't do it! We need to defeat 12 of these guys? Oh my gosh. Alright. 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 Alright, we're back on track. Hell yeah. All right. Ah, crap. Blocker! Blocker! Hey! Final stroke! Alright, we just need to jump this last one. Burb handling business. And now we get to finish him off. GG's, everybody. The Prince of Silence is beaten. Angela, you have spent an immeasurable amount of time alone, from Elcor to the library. So have you, Benjamin. Am I truly the same being that Benjamin was? Do you find the inheritance of fragmented memories from the past to carry sufficient meaning? You're quite a bit more incisive with your words than before. Did you have a change of heart, by chance? Having sent my great and dear beacon away in the Pillar of Light, and having failed to give a proper closure to his ultimate plan, all I have now is ferocity. The personality and characteristics of our previous selves still constitute us. However, those are but molds we were cast in. That mold is now being filled with our everyday experience in this place. I don't expect you to understand the loops I suffered, but you surely remember the script and how we successfully concluded it, don't you? Possibly so. After all, you are completing our memories and personalities through the books. Alas, the Sephiroth residing here are Sephiroth, not their original selves. I assume they will all feel it one way or another, as people that surely were their past selves, but feel as though they were different beings, or a dream. Angela, what has become of the other branches of Lobotomy Corporation? Probably sealed somewhere underground, following the shutdown procedures. And what became of the employees and abnormalities in those places? I suppose some survived somehow, though not everyone would have had that luck. You let greed take over, and abandoned all your duties. The library is no different from Elcor. The fact that your way of managing this place is nearly identical to how it used to operate speaks volumes. All I could do and learn for the last million years in that basement was to treat humans as expendables in all types of methods. There was no other option for me to choose, even if I wanted to. Is that why you employ abnormalities in ego as well? You directed the librarians to put on the shells of others' egos in order to amplify their unstable emotional state even further. Do I need to remind you that I only have them do that when they receive guests, who also happen to enter voluntarily? You earnestly desire to escape from the past, yet you struggle to break free, much like me. I'm just using the resources available to me. Since you were already exploited by Ian, it's only fair that I get to do the same. He brought you lot back from death without consent and forced you to endure cycles of pain. You were nothing more than puppets to him, dancing on the stage as he liked. I was born from more of his irresponsible actions too. How can you just accept all of this, as if it were nothing, Hokma? It is no longer a matter of whether or not his actions are acceptable. I simply chose to accept it. I am not one to judge my mentor's will. That's idiotic. How could you even do that? Why do you hesitate? Forget it. It was possible because I have faith, Angela. That faith is also what prompted me to give you a chance. This is frustrating. Both you and Ian are completely insane. You have to be. You're not the Benjamin I used to know. Benjamin, he was the only person who cared enough to tell me it's okay, even though I was not human. You would be right. The one who stands before you right now is Hokma, not Benjamin. And yet, Angela, I am not so different from Benjamin, in that I do not believe your status as of humanity is what matters. Why don't you go back to sorting books? We now have access to the Prince of Silence. Well, Burp, I'm sorry to say, it seems as if we would have to wait just a little longer for Blue Star, because his abnormality battle It's the next one on the floor of religion, but we don't have the books in order for him to appear. So tell you what, when his battle appears, the next time we do the stream, I will make sure to do it for you. Just so you can see him, okay? I'm sorry, but now it's due to story progress rather than me just advancing the floors by order rather than anything else. But at least I got to allow you to throw some hands, right? That's a good thing, no? You had fun seeing yourself throwing hands, no? Time. I'm glad. As for me, the deer is going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you everyone so much for joining me. And tomorrow, we will be doing the alternate path of Dispatch. We shall be doing Anti-Hero Robert. Should be interesting. Should be fun. But for now, have a good night everybody. Thank you for joining me.